Alright. Here we go. My face is really low on the camera here. Hopefully we can get some good games going on here. I'm just gonna invite some people. See if they're gonna come. If they don't, we'll get going. If they do, we'll get going. Okay, well, they had their chance. There we go. It's a little better. Try to put this in so people can actually hear me. Whoops. Hey, if you're wondering, got my glasses on today because I think I might have pink eye. Ew. Is that TMI? It's Indiana Jones 92. I've played with this person before. Game's already started and it's tied up. Hopefully that won't make it worse. Ah ha ha! Well, I'm not helping thus far. Wow. Pretty sure they're speed glitching already, by the way. Saw like a assist guy like moving very fast. Maybe why the other guys quit, because clearly this is not the same team that this game started with. Oh man. Ho ho ho. Not too bad. Whoops. Why is it not letting me do that? Huh. So bizarre. Huh. Crap. Ah, get him. Yes. Nice guy. Help, help, help. Help. Help, help, help. Thank you. Yeah. Oh. Watch back over here. What? Help! Yes! Awesome, dude. Help! Oh, come on! Dang. Whoops. Whoops. Help. Help. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. Of course that would happen. Just one more kill, guys. There we go. Good job. Sweet. Hey, hey. Alright, how's it going? Good. Oh. Okay, but I have pink eye. I have no idea. How does one get pink eye? Because I don't think I was around anybody that had pink eye, at least that I know of. Definitely did not do that. That's disgusting. Yeah, I'm just saying, it definitely was not that. I guarantee it. Yeah. Luckily for me, I don't have to really change diapers too much anymore because our 3-year-old is done with diapers except for overnight. What is happening here? No, I said she's 3, but she's not in diapers except for overnight. What is going on here? It won't let me, like, my thing will not let me pick my loadout for some reason. Why? Why would it do this? This is crazy. I don't understand it. So why is that crazy? Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I would definitely like to be out of diapers. I'm just saying, like, we don't... Again, like I said, she doesn't wear diapers except for overnight. but yeah, it'd be nice to not do diapers at all. Save money too. Ah! Oh, brother. I mean, otherwise, what do? Like, you just let them like pee their bed without, and every time, and see how, and until they stop. Okay, but I'm saying, like, what if they're still doing it overnight? Oh, then what do you do? Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. You haven't got there yet. I guess. Oh yeah, and so what are the stats supposedly? Mhm. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I know some people who've had. Well, I mean, I'm just saying if somebody can figure out how to, a trick to figure out how they, get her to stop, wetting herself overnight, I'm there for it. Yeah, that's true. We. Stupid loadout. I hate this loadout. Yeah, I know, right? But you're the one who brought it up because I was talking about pink eye and you started talking about diapers, so it's your fault. You brought diapers into this. Uh-huh. Frig! Aw, man. What? Yeah, the last game I was playing, I don't know if the guy stayed in the whole game or not, but there was definitely a guy who was cheating because all of his, like, little, like, bot guys were all, like, speed glitching. And health pack guys and all that. Dang it! I'm very much a... Frig! Oh my goodness. It, there is something wrong with me, is I can't use my regular loadout, and I hate this loadout. My loadout is messed up. I don't know if I've ever used this loadout more than like 3 times in my whole life. I'm very much a creature of habit. I only use my second loadout. I don't touch the other ones. I don't do anything different. Yeah. What? I don't understand. Yeah. What? Alright, hold on. Let me try to fix this stupid loadout. I don't understand what's wrong with it. What I gotta do. Yeah. Right? Oh, no. I haven't fixed my loadout yet. Right? I... That... Being ridiculous. Yeah, now I've got to take my one. I'm going to be rot slow or reviving people now. Thanks a lot. Okay, I'm good. Oh, City Boy's on. If you hold on for a second, City Boy might join because he's like 36 and 40 right now. Oh, you got enough now. Gotta change themselves. Alex. Red. There we go. Did City Boy get in here or no? Ah. Oh. Well, it'll be a little bit better since I actually got my good loadout, except minus one thing. They're coming. Whoa. Anna? No. No. I'm down. Oh. There's one in the water over there, right there by you, Alex. Yeah. Ah, frig. Oh no. Hey, no! Woo! Got him. Oh, Nikes. I don't like this. I don't like this room. Yeah, why are we in here? My bad. What? Get him, crazy. There you go. Oh. I thought you were trying to go in that room, and I'm like, I'm not going in that room. Ah. Yeah. Ah, dang it. What the heck? No! Oh, come on. Kate, I gotcha. Oh my goodness, it's so slow. We got you. Relax. Oh, Alex is gone. Uh-oh. Wow. Seriously? Nuh-uh. Alex, come this way. I got you. Alright, stay there. There we go. Oh! Dang. Kate, no, don't go that way. Come back. Come back. No, I told you no. You gotta be kidding me. Hey, whoa. Ah! Mm-mm. Alex, stay there. I got you. No way. No way. Oh, we can run that back. We can do that. Scared. It's terrible. So, like, if you had 8 people couldn't you do like 8 people all grouped up in a, whatever you call it, a group before you start the game, and then just go gray, and then they would separate everybody? Yeah, I mean, but like you'd still play online. You would just play against people that you know, and then if you go gray, they would just separate you 5 and 5 or 4 and 4. Yeah, but I mean, like, not even if you didn't go private, if you just put like 8 people in a group or 10 people, can you do that? Well, that's what I'm saying. It wouldn't work like that if you had a whole bunch, like a whole group of people that you all knew, but if you put gray and then they would just separate you. So what's the max that you can have? Yeah, but I'm saying like you can have more than that. What? I can't hear you. Yeah, popping guys, kill me. Just kidding, man. Oh my goodness. You gonna finish saying what you're saying, Fanmore, or not? What? Never mind. I got like 3 other guys that probably would join, but you guys don't want to do that because you said it's too many. You know who said that? Now you're being too quiet again. I can't hear you because there's a loud guy in here. I feel like you're easily distractible. Got him, got him. Ah, what? That's so stupid. Oh. Oh man, they're all over there. There's a million of them. There's one coming up over there on the left. Left side. Oh, I told you. I told you. Ah. Yeah. Got him. Okay, down. Whoa. Oh, what? Ah. I'm gonna have to like stop reviving people because I can't. I'm so slow now because I have to take that thing off. Yeah, well, I'm saying, me, since I had to adjust my stupid loadout, I can't revive people very quick at all. One down there. Whoa. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, boy. Crazy, no. Get him. Yeah. I was trying to make sure he was down. No, no, they're hiding. They're hiding. They're here. They must be all, like, camped up. There's one over here by me and Crazy. I saw him. There he is. Oh, I'm weak. There you go. There you go. Well, it says they still got 5 people. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. No, I didn't see it. My bad. Well, somebody found Fanmore. Up top. Up top. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I got a guy down up there, but they're gonna revive him. Ah! Watch out, Alex. Help! Crazy, crazy! Woo! Oh no! I'm down again. Thank you. You get down, you stupid pieces of... Ow! Wait, where you at? What? You've gotta be kidding me. There's no freaking way. Watch out, Kay, he's coming. I got him. I got him. Wow. Help. Oh, shoot. Wow. All right. We got this. We got this. Here. Boom! 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 Oh, stop crying. We won. Also, remember, I would normally revive a whole bunch of people, but I had to take it away. So now I'm like super slow, so I can't even really revive people. By the time I get somebody revived, I'm dead by somebody shooting me. How many points do you got on your loadout system? Because it only has let me have 24, and it used to have, like, I didn't do anything. It used to be that I could have 25 or 26. Yeah, see? Why is it taking that away from me? It doesn't make any sense. So I had to take away my fast revives because now I've only got 24. Bogus. What happened, Fan Warrior? That's uncharacteristic of you. You were at the bottom of the board. It's my second game or third game. The first one hardly counted. Yeah, I think that's the third one, I guess, because I think I had one right before I got on with you guys. A Girl Scout? What is that even supposed to mean? I don't buy Girl Scout cookies, though, if that's what you're asking. Not really. I don't know what they're doing. They're probably giving it the United Way. United Way is corrupt as all get out. And also, I don't need any more. I don't need cookies. Like, I just won't buy cookies. Right? Yeah. See, I'm a big boy. I don't need more cookies. They're expensive too. I feel like I don't know. I haven't really even looked into it lately, but I feel like they're expensive. Like, haha. Yeah, we must have lost somebody because this guy is new. Just revived an eye, Rusty. After this, we should back. Oh crap! After this, we should back out and see if we can get City Boy because he was trying to get in, but then we got 5, so I didn't. He couldn't get in. Then I was asking you questions about it, and you guys were just mocking me. So. Oh boy. Help! I'm down. Rusty! No, don't leave me! Oh wait. I'm not even in this game. What? I'm on the opposite team. What? Okay. What's up? I was playing with Famware and then I got like kicked out of their game, or I got put on the other team. So then I backed out and I was trying to invite her back, but I think maybe she would probably finish her match, I guess. Yeah, it's been acting weird tonight because it messed up my loadout too and took away like 2 points that I'm allowed to have. Right? I'm like, what the heck? Hey, City Boy, you there? You got your mic or what? What? Maybe. Unless it's something I said. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think we should probably just go ahead. She's going to finish her game, and she's just in the middle of it. She's not even halfway done. I already sent her an invite. She's not coming. She's with like 3 other people. I'm just going to let everybody know right now I'm not going to be very good at reviving people because since it took 2 points away from me from my loadout, I had to get rid of like my fast revives. Yeah, well that's good because we're going to need it because I'm super slow now for that. Just know I'm not trying to be a total jerk. That's what I'm saying. It's being crazy tonight. It's like it took away a couple points for me, so I had to rearrange my loadout so I could even use it, because otherwise it was making it so I couldn't load it up. Oh, brother. And then, like, my first game, I played with my third loadout, which I never play with. I'm like, I don't even know what's in this loadout. And I was like, no wonder I'm like, I sucked real bad, because I was like, I never play with this loadout. Aw, dang. City boy. Oh, shoot. What? You gotta be kidding me. Ow! Nice. Yeah, help, help. All right, I'm good. Thank you. Oh, that was dumb. I should have waited out before I was a little bit more healthy to get out there. You guys coming? Oh, shoot. Oh, no. What in the world? Yeah, I see him, I see him. We got him, we got him, we got him. He's gone. Oh. Get all pride, pick him up, pick him up. Oh! Dag. Throw a grenade or something in there. They're all in that little room. They're all in there. Nope, there's one that went right by the right side. Yeah, there it is. Oh, shoot. Whoa. Did not see them over there. My bad. Hunter's going after somebody. Help! Dang it! I'm down. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Never mind. Shoot! Ugh. Oh man, we gotta play a little bit conservatively here because we're down by 3. Gotta be serious now. No more screwing around. Uh-oh, all pride, no! Where is everyone? Ah, down, I'm down! Help! Right here, right here, right here. Right here. Yes, 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 yes. Watch out, watch out. Thank you. Ah, dang it, I'm down again. Yes! Oh, no! All pride's down, all pride's down. Crap. What's that? Yeah, it's pretty rare for you. And me maybe too. It must be nice. Yeah, right. Ah, great. Sometime today. Did we lose somebody? Yeah, Famware jumped out. Yeah, like, what the heck? I thought maybe you left because you saw who we're playing against. Can you still hear me? Famware, can you hear us still? No, maybe not. Apparently not. Yeah, like them apples. Watch out! Down below! You guys need to come over here. Yeah. There you go. Ow! There we go. Nice. Oh, dang it. Help! It's over. Oh! Nice. Nice. Up top, he's going on the up in the tower. Whoa! No, no. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you. Awesome. Good Trav. Behind you. I got him. Uh-oh. So slow. There we go. He's down. You would have thought it was funny if it was you too. Watch the ledge. Oh, dude, they got mad. They left. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, a bunch of them got mad and left. Bunch of pansies. I got him. If they would have told me they were going to leave, I would have, you know, just sent out my hunter instead of getting my brutes. How discourteous of them. There's one down there still. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, he got all mad because I was murdering him, and he's all butthurt about it. Hmm. Well, there's one found. One more kill. He's not gonna make that. What? Hmm. Here, let's back out. Let's see if we can get Van Moore back in. She got kicked right at the beginning of the game. It never put her in. It's been crazy. There it is. I can hear you. No, I couldn't hear you before. Oh, look, it's Shot the shot again. He's so excited. They left the last game and just punked out. They got all sad. And they were like, we're out. We're done. Yeah, we can. But I won't be able to hear all of Shot's articulate, words that he often says. What will we do? I don't know if that's Shot or not, but Shot, he quit. You quit. You quit like a baby. You left you left your poor two teammates all by themselves like a pansy. For a baby. I just had to talk to him a little bit because normally yeah, but, I mean normally I ignore him, but dude, he quit like a baby, so I mean he needs to be. Yeah, well that's what I'm saying. He needs to be like, oh, bro, seriously? I just thought it was funny. Because he talks big talk, but then he's gonna go and quit. Uh-oh. Ah. Oh, shoot, I'm down. Whoa. I'm down again. Thank you. What were you saying, Famore? That would require me to like do something else that I'm not doing right now. I'm when I die maybe. Like seriously though, I've like almost never talked to him, but I just thought he was giving me crap, and you know, then he went up and quit like a baby. So I just thought I had to razz him just a smidge, you know. Yeah, it's too late for me probably. Yeah. We got him. He's gone. I'm out of ammo now too. Oh shoot! Help! Yeah. Thank you. Where is my ammo? Oh, here we go. Got a little bit. Uh-oh. Back in the back, man. Back in the back. Whoa! Help! Ah! Uh-oh, up top. Shoot. I got it, city boy, I got it. Oh, no, it's gone. What? Nuh-uh. Oh, wait, whatever. Okay, after this, we need to, like, make sure we, like, kind of stick together and pair up here. No, not like a girl, like a baby. There, I muted him. You happy? Whoa! I'm doing really bad. I'm gonna blame whatever's going on tonight. Picking them up. Oh, frig, help! No! Man. Oh man, this is over. Bamwar, no! Well, and you noticed he left again, so they won't play us again. You know, had a bad game. Had one bad game, and he's gonna act like, oh, so big. Got him. Joint effort there. What? Whoa. Up top. No. He gone. Whoa, what? Yeah, that was a bad idea. No, I do have a very bad Rambo complex, it's true. Let's do this! Oh, crap. Oh my goodness. All Pride, watch out from your right side. I got him, never mind. Don't worry about it. What are we talking about? What did you say, Fanmore? What up, dog? Oh, not a whole lot. Yeah. I got him. Oh no! Crap! It's over. Too late. Did somebody drop out? Oh yeah, Famlar's not here again. I don't know if she left or she got kicked or what. Maybe her internet's jacked up. This is like the second time this has happened, so. Oh, behind us. Whoa. What are you paying $400 for? Mm-hmm. Yeah, help, help. I'm down, down, down. I gotcha. Dang. See, well, that's what I was telling you. She got kicked out a long time ago, or she left. I don't know what happened to her, but she's been gone for a while. See, the thing with Kevin Hart is I like Kevin Hart movies most of the time, but I'm not really a big fan of his stand-up. Not my style. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I'm just saying I've never been a big fan of the stand-up. I like his movies. Or a lot of good movies that he's in, but shnikes. Woo! You ever heard of... Whoa! There we go. Yeah. I'm down. I'm down. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. I'm getting up. Oh, no, I'm down again. Wow. Oh, my goodness. What the heck? Like... Ah! Ah! What is wrong with me? There it is. There it is. Boom. Yeah, let's back out. Hey, back out. Hey, what's up? Hey, hold on. I got one person. Let me see here. Nah, go ahead. What the? Sunday fun day. Has anybody else been having trouble with their loadouts? Yeah, right? It's all jacked up tonight. So, just in line with that, don't expect me to revive anybody real fast, because I had to get rid of my revive like speed, because that took my points away. Oh. I gotta start taking it seriously, I guess.
I can't hear you anymore.
I feel like I can't aim in this game. I'll like try to aim and nothing's happening. It's like all jacked up. I don't know what's going on. It's wild tonight. You were sleeping. When I was playing on 420, I knew exactly what happened to everybody else. I'm like, you guys are being stupid. What's wrong with you? Stop being retarded. Yeah. Uh-huh. They were all blasting the Black Eyed Peas song, and like, woo! That was... I was looking good though that day, man. All the people that I played with that are normally better than me, I was like a rock star. Hey, back out real quick. Back out. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're not coming. It's all right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Nope. Nope. That. Alright. Assuming you can hear me. Now it says my microphone is muted even though I didn't mute it.
Nope, I can hear you.
Alright, cool. Yeah, what I'm just saying, the more the years go on, the fewer and fewer people have chickenpox because they're all getting the vaccine. So you've got to make sure if you find us a person with chickenpox, get your child over there.
That's hilarious. But I think it'll be fine. That's okay.
Yep. Well, I'm just saying that. Like when I had it when I was 16, like I think like, I've had, at least I've heard stories of kids who get them when they're young, and they're like, oh yeah, it wasn't bad. They only had like a few here and there. Like I was covered, like head to toe everywhere,
Right.
so bad. And the funny thing too is like, I remember the very first like 2 that I got, I didn't know what they were, and I was like, what's that on my arm, And so I like scratched them off, and I came back, and they're like, uh-oh, what's this about? And another thing that was semi-funny about it too is that, of course, the time that I got them, I was staying like at a friend's house for like the weekend, and my parents were gone, so essentially they had to like endure my diseasedness.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it was, and it was pretty miserable. I didn't have my own bed or anything like that, so I was just like sitting in their living room the whole time, just being like, ah. I feel like there was another question I was going to ask you too.
Not about vaccines, right?
Who knows? It could be. Because I'm just saying, I like to talk to people about things that are, I find fascinating and I find interesting to talk to. If somebody just wants to talk about the weather or something like that, I'm like, you're super boring.
No, I'm probably the worst person to talk to. I believe like really crazy things.
Oh, well, that makes you super interesting, and that's why I want to talk.
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because it's not like self-deprecating at all. I just like it happens all the time. Like people won't take me seriously after like a certain point. They're like, you gotta be kidding me.
No, but see, I feel like I could test you on that. I can give you a run for your money, But
If
so
you say.
yeah. Ooh, okay. So the moon landing, did it happen?
It did not.
Oh, dude, I totally knew you were gonna say that.
Absolutely did not. There's no way they got to the moon going almost 2 miles an hour in that little tinfoil ship.
200 miles an hour. Uh-huh. Now, see, I don't agree with that. I'll just say straight out, I don't agree with that. I guess, anything is possible, I'd say. But I am of the, opinion that we are getting more and more stupid. So I feel like there is a big possibility that they definitely did do that because people were smarter back then, and we're just getting more progressively stupid. I mean, have you seen TikTok before?
I love TikTok.
Yeah, well, that's not good.
There's a reason why they want to remove it.
Because of the Chinese?
No, that's their cover story. It's because they can't really control the media there, and people who can communicate are the biggest danger to government.
Well, I would agree with that, but I do think that if it's owned by a Chinese company and they're sharing people's data with and stuff, I think it's definitely compromised by the Chinese government.
Compromise. Like, don't you believe that Biden is in cahoots with the Chinese government?
Yeah, exactly. But that's the whole point. Is like he probably, that's probably why he hasn't banned it. Trump was the one who wanted to ban it, not him.
I don't think Trump is an angel.
No, I don't think he's an angel either. Does anybody think he's an angel?
Just putting it out there, like, because I know a lot of Republicans are like, oh, Trump, my savior.
No, there's a lot of like idol worship, honestly, and of a lot of politicians in general, but Trump, for sure. It was like, Trump was the Republicans' Obama, because Obama was like the first, like at least the first person that I know of that was really like, there was like, everybody acted as though there was a beam of light showing on his head everywhere he went. Oh my goodness, he's amazing.
Yeah. Crazy.
So, I'm just saying, I feel like that's not a Republican-Democrat thing. That's just people get really attached to certain, people.
Yep. So you think humanity devolved, kinda?
Is devolving, yeah.
That's interesting. So you think like, things like our cellular devices, AI, like that's all evidence of us devolving?
Well, eventually...
Just telecommunications in general.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of smart people that are going to make those things, and all those things are going to make all of us much more stupid and dumb till, we are no longer able to make those things.
Interesting. I think that it was possible, of course. Wait, oh, sorry, someone...
No, go ahead.
I think it was impossible to do that moon landing with the technology they had then. Like, the computers they had then, it took like hours to do a complicated math problem, let alone program a ship to perfectly leave the atmosphere at a perfect speed to then be in orbit and get to the destination of the moon and then come back and land perfectly. Like, do you know how impossible that would be? Like, that's just insane that somebody thinks that they could do that with the technology they have then. Or ever, really. I don't think anyone's ever been to the moon.
Oh boy. And again, I think I'm one of those people who's going to say, I disagree with you, but you're totally, entitled to your opinion. I don't think that's definitely the craziest opinion out there. There's definitely much more, I guess, out there opinions to me.
Okay, you want to hear an out there opinion that I actually...
Sure, I mean, I'll go for another one.
No, I'm just kidding. My husband is a pilot, so it's fun. We go back and forth on these things a lot. Yeah.
No, again, I think that's built into our culture at this point, where a lot of people are going, less and less people would be inclined to believe that the moon landing is really happened, because we have we continually have a superiority complex where we feel like we are better and better than the generation before us, and I don't think that's true. I think that there's that. I also think that that's why they still can't explain exactly how the pyramids were built, and everybody has their own theory, of course, But I'm just saying that's it's hard to prove that too, and that was obviously way before people were trying to land on the moon. But I'm saying I think that they had technology back then that we can't even comprehend, and they were smart enough to figure out. It was just different. And at the same time, we have the biggest advantage that we have over all of our ancestors and the people who built things before us is just simply time. That's the only real thing. I don't think we have an advantage of being smarter or better or any of that stuff. I think we have a disadvantage in that because I think we're getting stupider and we're getting more and more stupid. But the only thing that is making it seem as though we have an advantage is the fact that we have all the time and the things that we're building on the foundations of everything, all the smart people who did stuff before us.
Interesting.
Okay.
So.
And I think that is also very much an evolutionary, belief system. But go ahead.
So, So you suppose that people were able to leave our atmosphere while we're spinning like 25,000 miles an hour and land perfectly back to the exact site they intended and survive?
Yeah. I think it's possible. I mean, I think, again...
There's a C4 right there. Watch out.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And again, I think that's also why we're so much in debt, because they had... this is what the government does, is they spend a lot of money on frivolous and silly type things, honestly, that I don't know if they needed to be done, but they cost a lot of money, and then they were got them done, and then they're like, look at us, we're so great. We did it before the Russians and the Chinese. Woo-hoo. I mean, come on. You really think that, you don't think that people, you look at the generation of, say, people in the 50s and 60s, and then you look at the people now who can't even, agree what a man or a woman is, and think that those people weren't smarter than us?
No, I think that scientifically we're more advanced, but morally we're decrepit.
It's not even morally, though. Literally, there's morons out there who probably...
Morally.
Yeah, no, that's morally, but I'm saying there's morons out there now who are literally probably, they don't understand anything. They're so stupid, they think that, it's real. They've convinced themselves. I mean, and again, I guess we could have an argument of whether that's depravity solely, or, depravity mixed with the stupidity, but... I'm just saying, I think people are really, really dumb, and they're getting progressively dumber, and only, these sorts of ideas would be allowed to, prosper with a good dose of ignorance and,
Yes, okay, I completely agree with that. When you word it like that, I agree.
So I'm definitely not saying that there's not, it's not a big part of being just depraved, but I'm saying the fact that people will sit around who are, you would have thought are smart people and could, entertain some of these ideas, or, change their mind on something that they've believed for the last 50 years or however long they've been alive, depending on how old they are, right? And then it's all of a sudden they're like, yeah, that seems legit to me. That seems pretty stupid.
Fair enough. So I would implore you to look up videos of Buzz Aldrin telling people that the moon landing was fake.
I have actually seen
really
those.
Moving. Yeah.
But I mean, again, to me, I guess I would. Again, I'm not it's not a hill I'm gonna die on, but I definitely think that it happened. But I also think that Buzz Aldrin now is a senile old man, and so you could take a lot of things that he said out of context, and it could be bring questions.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Hey,
I mean, there's I know you're not.
You and Joe Rogan are on the same page, I guess.
Maybe. I don't listen to any of his shows or anything, but.
I don't typically watch any of his shows because he's very foul-mouthed, and I don't like that, and
Right.
foul in general. But I do. It's like it's a catch-22, or it's like a tough thing because I like a lot of some of the people that he'll interview and some of the things that he'll talk about. Sometimes, not always, obviously. Um, so I watch a lot of
Mm-hmm.
clips and stuff like that, maybe small clips.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like he had a really interesting interview with Matt Walsh from the Daily Wire, um, where basically he had invited him on to talk to him about like transgenderism, and they spent like half of the show maybe talking about transgenderism and the other half of the show talking about homosexuality, which I think Matt Walsh wasn't really necessarily prepared for. And I'm not saying he did
Mm-hmm.
terrible. You want to back out and come back in? This is obviously we're not seeming to find people.
Okay.
Um,
You're party leader. Go for
am
it.
I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. um, he wasn't like I said. I don't think he did like a absolutely horrendous job, but I think he could have done a lot better on his responses there, and I think he wasn't very prepared for it. So it's an interesting interview, and but it's a frustrating. Like on the first part, I think he's like very well prepared because that's like his wheelhouse about the whole transgender stuff. But then he wasn't like ready for like the whole like gay question.
Right. It's a different can of worms to open for sure.
It is a different can of worms, but I also feel like that there's been too much of a move away from acknowledging that they're really in the same wheelhouse.
I actually don't feel they're in the same wheelhouse. I feel like transgenderism is like mental illness
Mm-hmm.
because you're vehemently denying reality and basically creating this false persona in your head that you then change everything in your life to somehow try and emulate that you can never attain. That's that's the true essence of craziness. But I think that homosexuality is just a desire. Because then you have like this
Yeah.
this cracks me up a little bit. Then you could have like a transgender person who's born a man and says they're a woman, who then is identifies as a lesbian.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Right.
no, that you're heterosexual. You're just like cutting off pieces of your body.
Right.
So,
So I want your scientific evidence rather than your just like, you know, belief that, you know, there's if technology wasn't like available. Is there any specific scientific reason why you feel like that the moon landing didn't happen?
Oh, yeah. I mean, tons and tons of like even the. Hold on, I'm going to get kicked from the game.
Uh-oh. Don't get kicked from the game. Just send me something later, at the end.
But like, the thermosphere temperatures, like that could melt metal. What was the aircraft made out of? The spacecraft made out of that it wasn't melted?
Do you think they would tell us that even if there's some specific thing that they can do?
No, it's just impossible.
It's impossible.
No, it really is.
Well, again,
Like,
agree to disagree on this this one.
I would literally die on those hills. One of those hills I would die on. Like at 200 or I mean not even 200. At 2,000 degrees Celsius, no metal is going to be able to stand up to that. The spaceship, it looks like a 5th grade like theater prop.
So, do you feel like that no one's ever been to the moon ever? It's just even in modern times.
Yep. Absolutely.
And you don't think they have the capabilities to do that now either?
Yep.
Okay.
And that leads into one of my other crazy beliefs that the Earth is flat.
I knew it. I mean, like, see, like, there is like a line though here too. It's like typically, if you are somebody who doesn't believe that the moon landing happened, you also believe that the Earth is flat, and you probably also believe that like 9/11 was an inside job, right? Is that true too?
Sure, yeah.
See, hitting all the bullet points. Okay, so now. This is like, I feel like this is too much to take on at once. We need to like just stick with the moon landing, but I mean, if you want to divulge into the next one, I suppose that's up to you.
It doesn't matter to me. I think the Bible supports the Earth being flat, so.
So I feel the exact opposite. I feel like the Bible supports it being round.
Really? When in Job that they say that the Earth is like a seal set in clay, you think that means that the Earth is round? Or that it was set on immovable pillars?
Again, I would have to like.
It says that the earth is for man and the heavens are the Lord. Or the whole, like, you know, God casting Lucifer down to earth to rule here. You know, that, and saying that he is the prince of our air. Where does that stop? Where does that line stop?
I'm not sure what that has to do with like saying that the Earth is flat, but like why
that we can't leave? No, that we can't leave our firmament. Oh, also, yeah, the word firmament. That's a 10.
That's a what?
That's a 10.
I don't know what word
it's. 10-like shape. I'll have to
so
show
like
you.
I guess I would say that refers to atmosphere.
Our first atmosphere.
Yeah,
Is
like I mean, I'm just saying, like it covers the world, it covers the globe, and like you know, I think that the atmosphere, for instance, would have been very different and much more inviting before the flood. And then after the flood, it became much more harsh. And then we probably before the flood, I think we're probably the whole world was probably very much very tropical. Yeah, too late. And then after the flood, the whole world like went through such a catastrophic change that's how we got seasons and so on and so forth. And also people stopped living as long as they did before Noah's time, or in Noah's day.
That's all true. What does that have to do with the Earth being a sphere?
I'm just saying. I think that has, that's what we have gravity for. It keeps us. I mean, if the world is flat, then we should be all falling off at some point. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. That's what gravity does. It keeps you on the ball.
Well, I don't think you understand the premise of what gravity is.
You guys think it's like a bowl? You go with the bowl theory.
No, it has walls around it. So.
And why haven't we seen the wall? Why don't we see the walls then?
The walls are Antarctica, which is protected by like I don't know how many nations in a treaty that you can't go without a guide, and you can only see a very specific portion, no matter how much money you have. So, when have you ever heard of like so many leading countries coming together to do anything? But they protect the wall.
Dag. Well, I think most countries don't let you move around freely if you're not in the United States, though, and a lot of them are terrible, meaning like they are protecting they want to have control over everything and don't let you do what you want to do. Like in the same way in the Middle East, I think, there's so many different places you can't go alone or you can't go by your own without, either knowing somebody or having this special ends or whatever, or just even that. Again, I guess I was saying I think we'd be able to see that. So you think like all like I'm just asking, like, so do you think that like all like satellite pictures and stuff, then that's all fake?
Well, even NASA admits that it's CGI. Like, none of those are real images unless they're like in our hemisphere. And every satellite in orbit is in our atmosphere. The space station is in our atmosphere. It's all in our atmosphere. I don't think we can leave here.
And when you look on if you go to like the ocean or whatever, and you can see for miles and miles and miles and miles, and you don't see a curvature of the Earth, it doesn't mean anything to you?
Yeah, that you don't see a curvature. That's like a.
No, I mean, you do see a curvature of the Earth when
No,
you have like when you have like a really large view of it, or also like when you.
No, you don't. It's 8 inches per mile of curvature. That's unaccounted for. You can't. It's not observable. And NASA says you can't see curvature of the Earth from a plane. You can't see curvature of the Earth from a boat. You can't see from like anywhere from the ground. Of course, they say you have to be at least 60,000 feet up to see curvature of the Earth. But yeah, so 8 inches per mile of curvature is unaccounted for. And the reason why you see a fading of view in the distance, it's not because there's some like curve that's like making things disappear from your line of view. It's just because there's the horizon fades out because of moisture in the air. That's kind of like why mountains from a distance become bluer and bluer and bluer as the farther away they are. So it's not that they're disappearing beyond the curve. It's just.
Did you get back in or no? Or do you want me to get you back in or no?
No, I'm good. I was
All
gonna send you this. Okay, wait, hold on. This is funny.
So what do you think is the the purpose for, like, then a good majority of, like, you know, scientists and so on and so forth lying about, or are they mistaken or are they lying? Is it nefarious or accidental?
I think a lot of people are deceived, and the people who are high-ranking in this world are nefarious.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think like every single scientist is like, haha, we're gonna fool the population. I think some of them genuinely believe the science that they're trying to prove.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? What do you think about like the whole? I guess it's too deep of a conversation to really have, honestly.
No,
In
it's not.
this format.
Let's try.
No,
What?
no, it really is. Like the biblical references that I think support flat Earth, they're just mind-boggling. I could actually talk about while you're playing.
Maybe. And I'd have to look again. It's not like I looked into a whole lot of it, but you know, I mean, I feel like there's some articles that I've read on, like, say, answers in Genesis where they've talked about it, and some of the biblical, like, reasoning for, and you know, references supporting the Earth being round, and you know, I think even a lot of people who were Christians from, like, a long time ago, say like the like the 1800s, and or some of, like, you know, early scientists like Newton, but were some of the first people to, you know, claim that the Earth was round. And they were, you know, they were very much the sort of people who at that time were still very much like, you know, this is my interpretation of the Bible, and I'm a Bible, you know, believing Christian who actually reads it, versus just some scientist who's a, you know, atheist and thinks whatever. You gonna say something? So that's another reason why I think, like, there's good, like, some good evidence too for it. Was like, you know, it was coming from people who actually were, you know, some of the forefathers of modern, like, science, that were still people who were good Bible believing Christians and still would have believed in the authority of Christ, and things.
Doesn't mean you can't get things wrong if you let it straight.
Well, yeah, for sure. That, you know, you could say that about anything, for sure. But I'm saying, like, I think, I mean, this is another rabbit hole, I suppose, you know, but I think, like, you know, people's insistence that dinosaurs never lived with man, and that, you know, they would have, that they all lived like bazillion, million, cajillion, a trillion years before man was ever around, is a bunch of hooey. And I think that is, majority of that is nefarious for some reason. I'm not exactly sure what their end goal is, but I think it's just maybe, to me, a good majority of scientists like trying to contradict what the Bible says, where to me I feel like, based on when the days of creation, it's clear that those animals would have lived with man.
So I think that point you just made is a lot of what comes into play with my understanding of this whole subject. That it is nefarious, I feel, because, science is constantly trying to remove God from the picture. If you look at every old world religion, they all thought that the Earth was a like flat plane with a firmament above it, and that could only exist if God made it so. Like, that is scientifically unexplainable how that would come to be without the hand of God. And I think science has tried to explain away that so that people could be blind. But if you really look at the world around us, like, everything speaks of God's handiwork. So.
Well, I guess to me it's two different ways of interpreting the data. And I guess this is more along the lines of, now I'm getting a big echo. I don't know what happened. What in the world? So, for instance, somewhat, I wouldn't say super recently, but there has been several more recent finds of dinosaur, actual dinosaur flesh. What they have, found is and have deemed to be dinosaur actual flesh and soft tissue on bone, right? And so, if you are you still there? Just make sure I'm not talking to myself.
Yep.
Okay. So if you are a scientist or a paleontologist or whatever who's examining these bone where they can find soft tissue, right? And you have, everybody has a belief system, whether they want to acknowledge that or not, So in other words, if you are a scientist and you believe that the world is 4.6 billion years old and that dinosaurs existed 65 million years ago or more before they were extinct, and then they became extinct, that is a belief system, because you cannot prove that. You weren't there. I wasn't there. No one can prove that, okay? You can look at different, data and interpret the data, but at the same point, since at some point, that's what the scientists do a lot of times too, is if they don't have data for something, they just basically, they make up a story and they say, well, this is what we think, and so now we're going to call it science, where really that's not what science is. Obviously, the textbook definition of science is something that you can test and prove, in the same way that if I pick up a ball and I drop it to the ground, I can prove that every time I drop it, it's going to fall to the ground. It's not all of a sudden going to float in the air, magically and not hit the ground, right? That's science. Okay? But then when these scientists find these things that contradict their worldview, oftentimes what they will do is they won't accept the possibility of a change to their worldview. They just continue to go, blindly in this worldview, and they say, well, it appears that, we have soft tissue here from a dinosaur, blah blah blah. But obviously, we know that all dinosaurs, went extinct 65 million years ago. So it's just so amazing how that this flesh could have survived 65 million years ago, and instead of being, which is really a stupid thing to even say. It's dude, no. But because of that belief system, they won't even consider the idea that maybe either only some of the dinosaurs went extinct, or they didn't all go extinct in the timeline that they think, or that that the Earth is potentially much younger than they think it is. these arbitrary dates that they've assigned to the Earth's, dating, right? By arbitrary methods. They won't ever even consider any of that. They just say, well, that's amazing that flesh could have been preserved for 65 million years. And it's like, no, there's no way, you idiot. You have so a real scientist would say, okay, well, we know that really flesh, even in the best possible circumstances, is not going to last more than X. Because you can do a lot of scientific, experiments on things like that, and then pad out the data, right? But instead of doing that, they just prescribe to these moronic, ideas that take a lot more belief to believe in than a lot of things that I guess I would say I believe in from what I find to be evidence. And again, I'm not going to claim that there aren't things that I believe in, especially with religion, that are going to be just that, a belief, and I cannot prove nor can you disprove. But at least the difference is that I acknowledge that it is just that, it is a belief, rather than sitting around being like, no, this is scientific fact and it's proven without a doubt and blah, blah, blah. So at least that's more, at least I'm being honest of being like, well, I can't prove the existence of God, but at least I acknowledge that versus you who can't prove that, there was a Big Bang 4.6 billion years ago. That's absolutely ridiculous to assume that, you can sit on some sort of I don't know, you can sit on some sort of, high top throne claiming that is, scientific fact. And it's not. It's a theory. And a bad one.
Is gravity.
You're killing me.
It is. You can actually look it up. It is a theory.
Yeah, but it's one that can be well, I guess if you're gonna talk about it from the standpoint of all science is technically a theory, but the point is there's proven and there's disproven.
No, science, not all science is a theory.
Well, I'm saying I think.
Science is fact.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but the scientists will tell you, well, that we say, everything is theoretical, blah, blah, blah. They have the multiple meanings for the same word, is what I'm saying.
I'm just telling you that gravity is a theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
So,
It's still a theory.
how so?
Because it's a fact. That's all.
So you don't believe that taking an item and dropping it, that the same result is going to happen every time?
I do, but I don't think that's due to what you call gravity, which is just a bunch of made-up numbers by Einstein. I think that, have you ever heard of electromagnetism? And different charges? If you rub a balloon on your head, it makes your hair stand up. Everything has a charge. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Everything has a charge, and that makes things move around. Same thing with atoms in our body. It's the charges that make things move. So I believe it's the same way with everything that has mass. What's funny to me is that nobody understands what gravity is. That theory is unexplainable. There's a bunch of numbers that nobody can.
Well, I guess I don't care about the numbers. I'm caring about what I call gravity and the results of being able to test it.
Right. So how would you test gravity?
I just told you how I would test it.
By dropping two things?
Yeah, by dropping something and seeing if it results in the same result every single time.
Okay, but what you're saying is gravity, I'm telling you is electromagnetism.
Well, I'm saying that's what I would call gravity.
So, would you replace gravity with the word electromagnetism and electromagnetism?
Well, I guess I'm saying I wouldn't, but you can if you want to, and then I guess we can agree. Yeah.
So here's the thing with gravity. Like, anything that's the same gravity that holds billions of gallons of water to the Earth allows us to jump, birds to fly, and all those other things. There's just
Mm-hmm.
discrepancies there, like, and you just can't explain it.
Well, again, I don't, if we agreed on everything, I would find that boring. So, I'm not. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say another thing is atmospheric pressure. That comes into play a lot. Like you see the vacuum chambers that they drop a bowling ball and a feather into, and they drop at the same time because there's no air pressure. But that in outside of a vacuum chamber, it's also affected by air pressure. You can't have air pressure without a container. There's no such thing as pressure without a container. So how do you have atmospheric pressure right next to a vacuum space without something, a fine line between them? So like, do you understand how that would work?
Again, this is like one of those things where I would probably have to do more research because it's not something that I think about all that much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it takes a lot
So I'm
of
not
thinking
gonna.
to say that there's like lots of fallacies. So
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I'm not going to, pretend and sit up in here and like I know everything. I don't.
okay, well, even though you admit that you don't know everything, so do I. I'm definitely like not the brightest bulb out there. But like, what do you think about what I just said about there being atmospheric pressure next to a vacuum?
Yeah. Well, again, I guess that's like what I'm saying is I'm saying that I haven't put a whole lot of thought into that, so I feel like I can't really speak to it because it's not something that I guess is one of those things that has naturally interested me. So I don't think anything of it right now. I guess it's just not something I can speak to. Where I have specific like topics that I feel like I can speak on relatively well because just there's something that I've gravitated to. No pun intended. Naturally, and other topics where I just haven't. So in other words, I'm just like, claim ignorance and say, look, I'm not going to say one thing or the other, because better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt, so.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, let's talk about something that you feel is more, well, not in your wheelhouse, but like an arguable conversation.
Well, there's a lot of things out there, but I guess kind of in line of what I've talked about is, I like I said, just establishing, that I don't always go along with everything that, everybody else thinks. Like, just because I think the world is round, and I think of some other things that I think are biblical that, I think are just, but justified off of what I read in the text from the Bible, which again, in the same way, I 100% believe that the world was created in 6 literal days. And I also believe then again, that there's, that all animals would have been present at the time of, Adam and Eve's existence, not just a certain few. And there was no, I don't believe any day age theory or the gap theory or any of that garbage, and I think, to me, I feel like that's something I could talk on because that's always interested me. But obviously that's pretty controversial to some and not to others, I guess.
Right. I'm probably more aligning with you than anything. I guess it's so funny because the creation story is such a fun one if it's about flat Earth for me. Otherwise, I'm like, yeah, we see like eye to eye. I believe it was 6 days too.
Okay, there you go. I also believe.
I don't.
No, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you first.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say that I don't believe that all of the ancient animals that they say were real were real. Like, I believe that there are great beasts of the land and dragons and leviathans, but I don't believe like all the dinosaurs were real. I think it's definitely fabricated.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
See, and I wouldn't really prescribe to that. I would just prescribe to the idea that like people were making these into special categories and saying like, oh well, dragons, well, those were silly, made up, fanciful, animals, and dinosaurs were the real deal. That happened 65 million years before man was even around. Blah blah blah. I think that's silly. I just think that essentially that it's logical that dinosaurs existed with man, and then after the fall they would have just been a threat to man, and then the man would work on clearing out the beasts or the dinosaurs or whatever was bothering them and whatever land they wanted to be in, and then that would cause some of them to die off over time, but they would not become extinct. I would just say that it happened over time, that that's the only reason why they don't exist mainly now, but I also believe that there's a potential that some still do exist.
Dinosaurs or leviathans? I'm confused.
And I'm saying, to me, that's the same thing. So meaning like a leviathan or behemoth is just the Bible describing dinosaurs, but which they would have called dragons at the time, because the word dinosaur wasn't even made up until like 200 years ago. If that, it might have been less than that. It could be 150 years ago. But it's somewhere along those lines where a scientist essentially made up the word dinosaur, which also means terrible lizard, which is essentially the exact same thing as, everybody pretty much agrees that dragons were like lizard-like type animals and scales and so on.
Well, yes and no. I don't believe that when science says dinosaurs, they're talking about leviathans and dragons, which dragons were definitely real. The Bible references them several times. I think that dinosaurs were the scientific, worldly way of explaining away God, and that's why dinosaurs stem from the evolution theory. And, like, there's no dinosaur that didn't have evolution's hand in it that you'll see in a museum.
Well, I think they just specifically tried to make them like look as though that they are different, because they're trying to distance them from the idea of dinosaurs being like, they're trying to make them out to be something completely separate from dinosaurs. So I guess I'm coming at it from a different perspective. So I'm saying, I think that when you say dinosaur, you're also saying dragon, and I know that's not what you're saying, but that's what I believe. You know what I mean? So I'm saying it's the same thing, but the only reason that they, the majority of scientists don't want to agree on that is because they want to make them seem as though like, dragons are fantasy and dinosaurs are reality. And I'm saying that I think that that's silly, that there's just simply that dragons are what they're calling dinosaurs, but whenever they when they use their imagination and make up their rendering of whatever so-and-so dinosaur could have looked like, anything that's going to that's going to look too much like a cave painting of a dragon, or have any similarity to those, actual records that we have of like, here's a cave painting from 4,000 years ago by the so-and-so people, and, it looks a lot like a dinosaur, but of course it has those silly wings on it there, and then it has this thing, which, so we can clearly tell that that's a made-up fantasy by silly cave people, I would say, no, you're just like, specifically trying to distance it from that. Yeah, because again, you think you're better than those people, and you think that those people were silly because we have this superiority complex in our society. And two, you're trying to distance it from the fact that the Bible already says that there were dragons, so you're trying to make the Bible look silly. You're like, oh, dragons, what a silly idea,
Right.
versus being an account of something where it was like, if we acknowledge that dragon and dinosaur were the same thing, then we would acknowledge that the Bible has accounts of, first off, them people and dinosaurs being in the same setting. Second off, it would acknowledge that they have a great record of things that happened long ago that that doesn't help us gel with the idea of like being like, we should, everything the Bible will say is clearly can't be accounted, it can't be counted on as a bunch of made up garbage. That would bring some serious gravitas to the material to scientists, right?
What does that word mean?
Gravitas, just like credibility. Yeah. But I'm well familiar with what theory you're espousing to. I'm just saying that's my own personal outlook on it. What's that?
I said we probably agree with disagree and stuff.
But again, I think that's another reason why too is like, a lot of people would say, and I would be one of these people who would say too, because then we don't believe that the Bible is like a specific like scientific textbook or anything like that, but we do think that there is some there's history in the Bible, and there's things that would point to things that would be scientific, okay? And because of that, any acknowledgement by secular atheist scientists that would be true, or that those things would be true, would be a big problem for them. So anything that they can do to make the Bible look silly by being like, well, those are completely different things or whatever, and this is silly, and adding up the dates of the Bible and all the account, and believing that basically the history of the Bible accounts for pretty much all of human history. If you add up the dates, you come to roughly 6,000 years. That's obviously so silly, because we all know that the Earth is billions and billions of years ago, and to me that just sounds like a fairy tale of like being like a long ago in a place far away. That's the way how you start all good fairy tales, and then expound on that. So if you say something happened super long ago, then that's how you get the people also to believe it, by being acknowledging what I already have acknowledged, is that I wasn't there when God set the world into motion, nor were they, but they want to claim that they know all about it, and it was the Big Bang, not God, right? You don't believe that God created the world?
No, I just thought it was funny. funny because you said set the world into motion, and I said the world is in motion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get ya. Flat earther humor.
Don't you know, man? Flat earthers have gone global. We're everywhere. I just found out like 2 weeks ago that my husband's aunt is a flat earther. I was like, hey, that's what's up.
Does your husband agree with your hypothesis on the Earth?
No, he doesn't. Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. So is this a big contentious issue in your home?
Yeah, unfortunately. But, I mean, we both put our trust in Jesus as our Lord and Savior, so it doesn't scare me too much. But I just think it's kind of interesting that we have such different revelations.
Well, again, like for instance, like I would again take the. Are you familiar with Answers in Genesis? Do you know what that is? Okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't say I agree with them 100%, but I would say I agree with them a lot. And I also another reason why they would look at these things from a biblical perspective and some of the ideas that they come up with too is like, for instance, like we'll talk about how a lot of like what the secular scientists are telling you are kind of like things that specifically contradict Scripture. So for instance, like let's say, I always feel like I mess this up because I'm not very good at explaining this part, but I'm going to try. Okay. But anyway, let's say that, the dinosaurs existed 65 million years before Adam or Eve or anybody. Like, so that would be like, like the people who try to mix evolution and the Bible would, believe that, it'd be like, oh, well, oh shoot, sorry. They would say, well, they could have existed, I think that's called either the day-age theory or the gap theory. They're basically the same, but two different, minorly different perspectives on it. Anyway, but they would say, okay, the dinosaurs could have existed long before man, like the scientists say, and then died out. And then Adam and Eve came on the scene, and then that whole, the whole fall and everything like that happened. Okay. And then Answers in Genesis and I both would argue then, well, that doesn't make any sense, and also that makes God to be a mean and cruel God. And what that means is, or what I'm saying there is that it doesn't make sense to, because it's clear from Scripture that there is no death before sin. And if you're saying that, you're saying that there is death before sin, because you're saying, oh, all the dinosaurs basically died off before Adam and Eve were even around. I was like, well, why were they dying? Just because God wanted them to die and was like, I want all the dinosaurs to die, stupid dinosaurs, they suck, Right? It doesn't make any sense, and it contradicts Scripture. Scripture, which again is that's what really bothers me, is when Christians believe in those things like that is something that clearly contradicts Scripture like that. And I feel like that to me is, clear cut. But again, we can argue about that and we can still be friends, but I'm just saying that's how I feel about it, right? Anyway, so, and then also there is, there's evidence in the fossil record of things that cause death that we know in our modern world, such as they have had, found evidence of cancer cells in dinosaur tissue. Okay, so again, if the dinosaurs, it would make sense for them to die after those things and not to have died before sin. So they would again have to have had Adam around to sin, to then spur reasons for them to die because of sin. And everything was and before that, everything was not designed to die. It was designed to, they were designed to be in the garden and live forever, right?
Do you think
I do. After sin.
after
So, but again, I think everything, like, all death came after sin, and I think that's because that's what the Bible says. And then I think that they have found evidence of different things like diseases and so on in the fossil record. And again, I don't think that, things would be dying off from, different diseases before sin. That doesn't make sense to me. It sounds as though you disagree.
About which?
I don't know. Which one do you disagree about? Okay, well then why did you sound like you disagreed about, I guess, that the possibility that, a dinosaur could have cancer in the same way dogs get cancer, much like us, right? They're animals.
I think that dinosaurs dying out from cancer just seems a little bit bizarre, thinking about how when God created the earth, it was perfect. And then after the fall, it was slowly corrupted. So for a long time, people were living in beautiful conditions, like a greenhouse effect of the earth. So, if there were dinosaurs, as science thinks there are, which I don't think so. So I'm going to call them dragons and great.
So you think dragons and dinosaurs are completely different? There's no similarities. Is that what you're saying?
Similarities, but science doesn't think they're the same. Science says that dragons are mythical creatures. So why are we trying to use scientific, air quotes, terminology for something that science says doesn't exist?
Yeah, well, I'm saying I'm saying the science of 200 years ago would have said the same thing, would have said what I'm saying. It's just that eventually we decided that we got the superiority complex and be like, well, those guys who were Christians and scientists and also said these things, those guys were morons because they were Christians. So now we have to ignore everything that they said and make up our own, adjacent, like, quasi, science beliefs. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna let you continue.
No, I want to listen to what you're saying.
I was just going to talk about how I don't think cancer was a really prevalent issue.
But
That those great beasts were.
yeah, and again, I'm not saying, just to be clear, like let me preface that I'm not trying to say that I think that all the dinosaurs or dragons, again, to me that's the same thing. It's just we want to separate the two. There was no, again, like I said, there was no such word as dinosaur until you can look it up. There's no word as such as dinosaur wasn't a word that we even had until like 150 to 200 years ago. Okay, so everybody, who would have been talking about anything like a dinosaur would have been using the word dragon until you made up the word dinosaur. Okay. So that being said, let me also clarify that I'm not saying that I think that all the dinosaurs went extinct because of cancer or anything like that. I'm saying that they have lived with man the whole time, throughout all of history, and they, like, after Noah's flood, there would have, and things became even more harsh than they already were. There would be more and more of a desire to rid the most, like, harmful animals from whatever area they spread out to, right? In human history, right? So in other words, you see, like, in the same way with, like, the story of, like, kind of like how Lot, and Abram were going to different places and being like, oh, this land is really good. So they had a specific idea of what good area was and what bad area was, in the same way that the Bible talks about giants as well. That's a whole nother ball of wax we can get into later, but let's try not to do that right now. But anyway, And they were like, oh, well, we need to, clear these people out so we can have the land, or we need to clear these, in the same way I would think they would need to clear out the dragons out of that area if they happen to exist, because they would be, something that could, be trouble for them and cause harm to, the women and the children and so on and so forth, right? And that's what would have caused many of them to maybe go extinct over time. But again, I'm saying that I think that there is a potential that there are still a very few still left, and that there would have been even more, say just as soon as 300 or 400 years ago, and so I guess for me, like, there's a lot of stories of what they call Mekele and Bembe in Africa, in the Congo, and the Congo is a very, very, like, the biggest swamp in the entire world. Like, there's a swamp there that's like the size of I don't know, something crazy like this, like the size of freaking New York or something like that. Okay, the swamp is like the size of like the whole states, right? Okay, and there is a lot of stories of what the tribal people call Mukele and Bembe, which when they describe it to you and tell you about it and they will draw drawings of it from those of people who say they have seen it, and these are people who live in the middle of nowhere, have really no connection to the outside world for the most part, and when they talk about it and they draw it, it looks a lot like a brontosaurus or something similar to a brontosaurus but maybe with fins. Whatever, and I think there's a lot of different dinosaurs that would fit that description in the same way, but I just can't remember the name right now of whatever stupid name they've assigned to that specific thing that they would call a dinosaur, right? But obviously, again, any scientist who hears these stories, if they are one who just is very committed to their belief system, they're not even going to give it the time of day, versus those who are willing to be open about different things possibly existing, rather than just being closed-minded because they're like, well, that contradicts my worldview. They even actually made a movie about it in 1986, but very loosely, I think. And obviously it's very fanciful, but essentially the movie is about this scientist who gets pictures of what is supposedly a dinosaur in the Congo, in the swamp, and then they go to investigate, right, and they find the dinosaur there, but eventually, obviously, they have to, instead of being able to bring it back and show it to the world, they decide they need to hide it, because they don't want people to go after and kill it or whatever, and so on and so forth. And I guess a lot of people would say too that the stories of the Loch Ness monster could be attributed to the same sort of possibility. And again, I'm not saying that I believe that per se, but I'm saying I think it's possible. I think lots of things are within the realm of possibility. But I understand your view. I understand what you're saying, I think. But I guess, I'm just coming at it from a little bit of a different angle. What were you going to say?
Yeah. I was going to say, there are dinosaurs that resemble what some of these dinosaurs are. I would think that they were things created by fallen angels, not a part of God's original creation.
Yeah. And again, I would say those are descriptions to me of those are descriptions of dinosaurs. And like but haven't we already established this? I said to me, dinosaurs, dragons, same thing. You're not gonna change my mind on this, at least not right now.
I don't know why you would insist on calling them dinosaurs.
No, I would call them dragons if you want. I'm just saying, to me, when I say that word, I'm saying the same thing. That's all I'm saying. I'll call it a dragon if you want. It's tomato, man.
You can't just use a scientific word that is not real to describe reality when there's already a word for reality. Okay, whatever. You do it. It's okay. I'll follow you with that.
No, I'm just saying, but just because somebody made up a word to try to distance it from the biblical account doesn't mean that it's not still, just them trying to hide the ball that is still the same one. I'm doing the Famore thing now, because now that I'm talking to you, I'm playing absolutely horrendous. So.
it's just a busy game, something to do while you're talking.
Yeah. At this point, for sure. I guess I'm just trying to understand. Maybe I need to understand more. I just don't understand why are you so insistent in the idea that they can't be the same thing?
Well, because dinosaurs are a hoax.
Why do you say that?
That's all. I say that because science says that they're an evolutionary being, which we know evolution is scientists have never uncovered a full fossilize an egg. That's literally impossible. You can fossilize bones, not an egg. There's just some funny things that
you don't think it's possible that an egg could become fossilized if it was happened through the account of the flood so quickly over time, not instead of short over over a long giant period of time, meaning over a very quick period of time because of a catastrophic event.
So I'm not following what you're saying completely. So egg fossilization could never happen because of the kind of tissues and structure that an egg is. Fossilization happens under pressure. An egg would be destroyed. There's no such thing as a fossilized egg. That only exists in the dinosaur realm of like those fairy tales.
Yeah.
No other animal egg has been fossilized because it's impossible.
And I'd have to look into more of the eggs thing, but I guess what I'm saying is, do you think it would be impossible to maybe have that happen through a catastrophic event such as Noah's flood?
I would say it's impossible because you can't fossilize an egg, but I do think a lot of fossils did happen during Noah's flood, layers of earth covering up all of the animals for sure.
Right, and I guess that's again what I'm trying to get at is there's two different schools of thought on that, or at least there are a lot of different schools, I guess, maybe, but the two main ones would be somebody saying, well, we have these fossils and fossils are formed over billions of years of time and yada yada yada, right? And then another school of thought would be that something catastrophic happened to the Earth to create them and to bury them and to preserve them, that was unnatural, that was not like a normal part of everyday life. This was a catastrophic event. So I'm just saying, do you think that there is not a possibility that like that's what created, or I guess created the ability for these so-called dinosaur bones or whatever to be preserved, rather than this idea of gazillion of years over time? This is what happened.
Sorry?
Does that question make sense?
Yeah. Do I have to answer?
Yeah, I guess you don't have to, but you at least tell me pass or something.
I'll pass.
Why don't you want to answer that, I guess, is maybe my next follow-up question.
Oh my goodness. I'll pass that one too.
Okay. I'll answer any question you want to ask, I'm just... I don't know.
Well, do you think dinosaurs were on the Ark?
Absolutely.
Do you think that was a captain space on the Ark?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Because, I think...
Some of them are like 8 tons and more. They were huge.
Oh yeah, for sure. Understandable. But I think that Noah wasn't a moron. And I think God wasn't a moron. And so what I'm arguing there is that, I think that Noah would have brought babies of everything. So everything would have been smaller than when we're in our head we think of, especially the things that we have been kind of like pre-programmed to think about, and like when accounting for size in like the way that we look at like Noah's flood, because we have been kind of like trained to think of it as like a fanciful, like cute kid's story where there's like a bunch of giant animals with their heads sticking out of windows being all like, hey, isn't that cute? I think that Noah's flood was absolutely the furthest thing away from that you could possibly get, meaning that obviously, again, it was, first off, you can start with it's a terrible, catastrophic event where God is punishing the whole world and a bunch of people are going to drown and die, so I don't know why we make a children's story out of that. Second off, I think, again, Noah was a smart guy, and God was smart, and he said he brought 2 of every single kind of animal. So kind is very specific to meaning kind, not like type or breed. So in other words, there would have been only 2 dogs on the ark. There wouldn't have been dogs and wolves and coyotes. Though it would only have been 2 dog kind that then adapted and were bred and things of that nature over time later on. And again, I don't believe that it takes millions. You can see all the different dog breeds that we have. It didn't take millions of years to do that. It can be done in a very short amount of time. Okay. So again, there'd be a lot less animals on the ark than other people might think of, because it's not every type of dog. It's just 2 dog kind. Okay. In the same way for everything else. Then again, like I said, I think there would be multiple good reasons to bring essentially babies on the ark of all the animal kinds, meaning for size purposes and for breeding purposes. You want to bring the animals that are going to have the longest life possible to be able to breed for the longest amount of time possible. And you don't need them breeding on the boat, you need them breeding afterwards. So they've got, plenty of time to be around to do everything that they can do to make that happen.
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with the babies idea, because babies do need mothers to be fed.
Well, I mean, I guess weaned babies. Because obviously you can't bring two of each kind that are just going to die off because they needed mother's milk, unless you can supply that to them somehow artificially, I suppose, like through a bottle or whatever. Which, I mean, that's possible too. I think that's possible. That can happen, but it's maybe not ideal. But again, that's still a big difference between something that is like baby size or or like the equivalent to an animal who is, still prepubescent, And the majority of dinosaurs are, from what we have and what we know, were actually like the size of about the size of a bison, and that's full grown. So we're talking about the majority. Obviously, also.
Dinosaurs?
Yeah, the majority of dinosaurs
Size
over.
Of a bison?
Yep. The majority of dinosaurs were the size of a bison. We just think of the big ones more often because they're the ones that we see in the movies and TV, so on and so forth. There's plenty of them that were much more small than that, but that's the average size. And again, that's the average size of adults. But I mean, it doesn't make any.
Conflicting to what dinosaurs.
Oh. Okay. But I mean, essentially, what you're like, I think, wouldn't you? So are you saying that God didn't take dragons on the ark then?
No, I think that he did. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't think dragons were big or bigger when they were full grown?
They were.
What's the difference?
That's different than so many kinds of dinosaurs.
Well, again, it would be only the kinds, not every single deviation of kind. So again, that would be that's a big ball of wax, of meaning you don't know exactly which ones were able to breed or not.
It's not like every kind, like, oh, here's a horse, here's a bird, here's a dog. God even said to bird. So there is distinction between the different, not species. What is it called?
Kinds. In the Bible, it's called kinds.
Yes, but I'm saying there would have been, if there were dinosaurs, there would have been a T-Rex and a Bronchiosaurus and a pterodactyl, all of those.
Yeah, but again, so let's say there was a bunch of different, say, winged dinosaurs, or winged dragons, right? That were capable of flight. Okay? That if all of those winged dinosaurs or dragons that were capable of flight all had adapted over the time of them being around, if they had all adapted from the same ancestor, then from the biblical definition of kind, we would only need two of those winged types. I'm not saying they were all the same. I'm just saying if they all developed from theoretically, if they all developed from the same, two ancestors, then they would only need one pair. Does that make sense to you? Or at least do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Even if you don't agree.
I don't don't think that's how it plays out in the Bible because Noah sent a raven and a dove. They're both birds. But
Yeah, but also that he say there's specific animals in the Bible where he tells them to take 7. So
yeah,
like there were
the
certain animals
anointed
that
ones.
were special. Yeah, that they were supposed to take like 7. But that's when we talk about it, we always talk about Noah brought 2 of each kind, 2 by 2, blah blah blah, right? That's not true because obviously it was majority of them was 2, but then sometimes it was more. But I don't think it had anything to do with like the kinds in that from that when they were bringing more than one. What it had to do with was that there were certain animals that were like special and they were bringing for special reasons, whether that were for I don't know. I'm not God. I don't know why he told them 7, but I'm just saying I don't think it had to do with anything of having enough of the kinds. I think it was just that they were special to
No,
them.
but the 7 were because they were clean, and so the extras, I should say, besides the 2, would be offered as a sacrifice to God.
Yeah.
That's why. Like they're so like if you ever seen the ark, like it's big, it's huge.
Yep.
The innovation of that time is amazing.
Right.
But it's not so big that I would say that it would make sense that dinosaurs were there.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. It doesn't matter, really.
No, it matters. I'm just saying, and it's an interesting conversation to have. There's nothing wrong with like disagreeing or whatever. But I'm just saying that's what I think that that it's very clear in the Bible that it says kind, and to me, kind is like there's a difference between. So we're oftentimes too we look at these things in our own modern definitions of things, and then it's hard for us to wrap our minds around them. So a good example is like scientists would tell you that plants are living, right? According to the Bible, plants are not living because they don't have the blood of life in them. Okay? So according to the Bible, plants are not alive. But so the way that we categorize certain things from that day versus today is very different. And in the same way, what I'm saying is that I think that the way that the Bible is defining kind is in the same way I'm saying that there would be 2 dogs or dog-type animals. It would not be 2, Chihuahuas, 2 Great Danes, 2 wolves,
But why do you say that when there was a dog and a raven?
Because I'm saying that's what I'm because that's exactly what I'm saying. I think that's the definition of a kind. But then when there was exceptions, he gave exceptions. He didn't say bring all the dogs. He didn't say bring 7 dogs, to make sure we get it right. He just said 2 kinds. So I'm saying that's the whole reasoning for that. And that's what the definition of kind is, from my understanding. But there were specialized animals where he said only then did he say to bring more. But otherwise, it would have been 2 of something that has a common ancestor. In the same way, like there's things like, horses and mules and donkeys all have common ancestors and can actually breed, but then they create like different types of animals, right? But I don't think you need to have like all the different kinds of horses. You're like, this is a Clydesdale and this is a whatever. I don't know anything about horses, but you know what I mean. Why on earth would we need all of the horses, all the different breeds of horses? It doesn't make any sense, right? Is that what you're saying? You think there was like all the different types of horses on the ark?
Yeah, whatever was there at the time, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just saying I think that would make it impossible for the ark to have happened.
And my reason for that is that there was ravens and doves.
Yep. Well, again, that's because they were told to bring multiple of certain kinds of animals. But also birds were important to them because they were also going to use the doves for a very special part of the whole flood account at the end. And make sure you gotta have those doves to go out and check the land, right?
I'm gonna read it right
Have you ever heard of Kent Hovind?
I'm not good with names.
Okay. Kent Hovind. You'd love him. He's like even like more like you than he is like me. I feel like. I just mean like that. There's certain things that he thinks that you think that I don't think.
Well,
I was just,
sorry.
no, fine. I was just gonna. Were you gonna say something about the conversation, or were you saying you need to leave? Is that what it was?
I was just reading it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is Genesis 6, verse. What should I start? 19. And of every living thing of all flesh, you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark to keep them alive.
Yeah. What version are you reading? What version? What? ESV?
ESV, which
Okay.
you read.
No, it's fine. I just want to know which one you're reading, and again, I'm using kind. That's from the King James version.
Oh, this says kinds as well. Don't worry. They
Okay.
shall be male and female, of the birds according to their kinds.
Yep.
And every creeping thing on the ground according to its kind. 2 of every sort shall come in to you to keep them alive. Also take with you every sort of food that is eaten, and store it up, and shall serve as food for you. That is a lot of food.
Mm-hmm.
40
Yeah.
days. 40
Well,
days
again,
worth of food.
that's another reason why I would also I'm not saying this is like necessarily from the text per se, but that's another reason why I would argue to be able to fit all those animals in. That that's another reason why the evidence points to kind being just common ancestors. Meaning like I said, 2 dog kind, 2 horse kind, and then after that they can be breeding to be done to get your very strong Clydesdale that's used for pulling heavy loads, and used than other horses that are used to be bred to be fast and win races. I don't understand. I mean, I guess I'm just saying. I think that's they can be bred to do that later over time. You don't need to have all those types or different. You don't need to have all those different like species, I guess, or I don't know how you would word it per se, but I think that's not what the Bible means when they say kind. I think when they say kind, they're just talking about 2 horses. And again, those horses can be young, smaller horses. And the same way you breed those dogs to, over time to, the Great Dane and the Chihuahua, they have a common ancestor. and they're both dogs. It's not like you eventually breed them, one becomes a cat or something like that. They're both dogs, right? But they're very, very different, right? And they have been bred from different dogs over time, a little bit of time, not a lot, a little bit of time, to make specific, characteristics that are desired. And you can see, honestly, like the Great Dane is a great example of like something that you can tell is like basically been done through breeding to get what they want, because it's like a dog isn't even designed to be that big. And the Great Danes, because they've been bred in such a way just for size, to be basically the biggest dog you can possibly have, essentially, they are a poor design, meaning they don't live very long, because they're like giant dogs, and they only live to be like about on average like 8 years, which is pretty low for your average dog. Where like my lab, which is normal size, not bred to be huge or bred to be super tiny, either one. She's 13 years old and still in pretty good health. And that's not uncommon for labs. But if you had a Great Dane that was 13, they'd be like, "Holy mackerel! What did you do? Did you give her, some sort of organic food, or what in the world did you do?" There would be serious questions. Right. Right. So, and that's an interesting thing again about breeding, like just like how the mule is an interesting thing about that. Is like they can you breed, like, what is it, a donkey and a horse to get a mule, and then once you get the mule, though, then the mule is no longer able to breed. It's like sterile. So again, it's like that's something that as a result of being a man-made deviation of a kind, an unnatural deviation. That's another reason why I would say to me it makes sense. That there's things like that that can happen where like that animal is no longer able to breed because it's a man-made deviation. Where if it was a God, like something that came from the hand of God in his original creation, he wouldn't have made anything to not be fruitful and multiply. Does that at least you understand what I'm saying? I'm just. Well, no. Because I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to coax you into believing what I think or thinking what I think. I just say, do you understand? Because I want to make sure I'm explaining it in a way that makes sense. Versus like you feeling like I'm trying to tell you what to think.
It's just thinking it was funny because when you say it that way, it sounds like maybe I'm the lesser party who has trouble.
No, well, that's not my intention.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Whoa. No.
Oops.
No,
I was gonna say
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say just the way you worded it made it sound like maybe you thought I was having trouble following you in this conversation.
Only because of my own, desire to make sure that I'm being clear, not because of your that I have you think you have any inability to like understand. It's just I'm going to make sure that what I'm saying is making sense and being clear. So it's about me, not about any inadequacy I would feel like you would have or anybody else.
Gotcha.
So, but I'm not trying to come off that way, I promise. I'm just trying to make sure that, like, I know that there are sometimes, if, I could say something that, could be more clear, and I'm trying to strive for clarity.
Right.
So.
Very interesting. I guess we did
Yeah, it's getting kind of late. But see, I'm the kind of person like that, also, like, I could talk about this sort of thing all day, meaning that, if it's a topic that interests me and somebody is willing to discuss it without getting all upset, that it's something that I like to talk about, and there's a lot of topics, that some people will be really willing to discuss, but they won't be willing to not get upset. They often just get really upset or really heated about it, and even I don't mind that if they're willing to continue to talk and not actually be upset, but it seem like maybe just to get like passionate. But if they get upset and they're like, "You're an idiot," then I'm like, well, this isn't fun anymore,
Yeah, I agree.
So, and again, that's all I'm trying to make sure is, like, I'm trying to be clear, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not trying, I don't come off dismissive or like I'm trying to make you think what I think. I'm just trying to be clear.
Well, I probably am trying to make you think like I'm thinking at the root of all this.
Uh-huh.
But I do want to be respectful.